Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Trading Capital's daily live stream of the market open. Jumping into things here. Overall, we're going to have the markets gapping up across the board. You did have the dollar strong off the open, and then it got hit around that 8:30 time frame off of some weak economic data. You do have some weakness in the market with ARM down, Airbnb down. Some individual stocks are gapping down across the board. Obviously, there's also some strength in the likes of Robinhood. That one's probably going to try to squeeze today. But you do have Beyond Meat down, Airbnb down 7%, AMC down 4.7%, Plug Power down 4.5%, ARM down 6.5% right now. At the moment, Intel slightly green, S&P QQQ slightly green as well. Boeing down a little bit. Natural gas pumping up 2.17%. So I'm actually looking at shorting nat gas like yesterday. Except I just want to make sure that it goes a little bit higher. I got 3 resistance points. We're into resistance 1, resistance 2, resistance 3. I'm looking at shorting resistance 3 or a pierce of resistance 3. Even in this range, I do like it because there's a big scenario of a potential little head and shoulders on nat gas that we need to watch for. So we'll see if nat gas holds the majority of its gains or if it starts to get faded and give back. Again, ARM right now, I'm not looking at picking up ARM. It would have to go substantially lower. I like the potentially 93 zone on ARM to go long. If you look at ARM right now, it's kind of just gapping down into a EMA 113. You're above this little pivot. There's this gap fill at around 93 bucks that I'd be maybe interested in. Just maybe. Right now, oil's reversed. It's basically trading at 78.60, negative on the session by about 0.23%. Yields right now are kind of mixed. You have the 2-year yield negative, but you have the 10-year yield slightly positive. VIX is down, dollar's down. So right now there's actually more tailwinds in place for the market to push higher and have a positive session. Bitcoin slightly green, but you have crypto stocks lagging down on the session. KRE slightly green, Canopy Growth, Aurora seeing some buying in the pre-market. Palo Alto down slightly. Mullen, again, we'll watch that one on a secondary view chart because that one actually is potentially setting up for another squeeze opportunity like yesterday. So let's watch Mullen. Gold, silver making a nice move today. Just scrolling through a few things here before the open, getting situated. Just want to make sure I have a pulse on the market. Again, so it does look like the markets want to trend a bit today. They do have the supporting headwinds and tailwinds in place to move higher. However, doesn't mean it's guaranteed to rally. We are into some pretty major resistance on the S&P daily chart. You can clearly see this downsloping trend line. Trying to get above that right now. The Russell 2000, that's actually positive. Look for that one to try to push for its gap around that 204.87. This one has triggered that inverse head and shoulders. If you look at the NASDAQ, QQQ, also into some really solid resistance, this downsloping resistance. I'm still in the camp the markets pull back and then make a little bit of an attempt at pushing a bit higher. So let's watch the S&P here in this range. There is a scenario here for an inverse head and shoulders on the S&P. Okay, just so you're aware, there is a bullish pattern formation on the S&P. How you would see this breakout, and we actually did break out yesterday. If this pattern is to continue and hold, the S&P could rally about 0.5% from this zone. We have an upside target of around 519.80. Okay, so we'll watch that level on the S&P. Nat gas getting faded. I didn't pull a short yet. I wanted to, but I did. I'm just going to take it slow off the open here. I'm not really looking to jump into anything too quickly. I mean, you have Airbnb gapping down. I have my levels on that I'm watching. I think Airbnb at the daily 200 Moving average poses a bit of a bounce opportunity. Are we looking at to take some good trades? Yeah, we're looking at some trades. There's going to be some opportunities, but it's still a mixed market. You have some weakness in the S&P. You have some individual stocks trying to perform. But the market's in a tricky spot right now because we're just kind of fairly muted, right? We're not really that much extended to the upside. We haven't gapped down. We're just kind of flat. So, I mean, at any point, right, the market could roll over and cause a fake bullish breakout in the S&P here. But if this pattern holds, then we could push higher. All right, guys, markets are open here. Airbnb is still getting slapped right now. Airbnb is getting slapped right now. You can see the S&P is trying to hold steady. ARM is back to 100. Airbnb catching a bounce. Semis are going lower. Just trying to see the high flyers. Tesla slightly green. That's showing some strength and resiliency. You can see the S&P is trying to push and keep its extension move. We're still seeing ARM holdings weaken here a little bit. S&P, QQQ getting slightly faded here. SOXS is finding some buyers. So semi's short. Did you close your ARM? Not yet. I'll let you know if I close my ARM. I'm expecting ARM to go lower today. You can see semiconductors are getting a nice little bid. Or sorry, the bear ETF is getting a nice little bid. I just closed my plug put at the lows. That was the only trade that I closed. That was my put hedge, and I'm still riding common shares long, but I'm still riding ARM. I am still riding ARM to the downside. Again, we took a put on ARM. You can still see Nat Gas trying to hold steady. ARM is still struggling. Semis are still seeing some potential strength here. Bitcoin still trying to hold steady. Crypto's seeing a little bit of sell side at the moment. Tiny bit of sell side pressure. Again, you're seeing some semiconductors being faded here. Apple kind of struggling at the moment. Nat Gas still holding steady. Canopy Growth is slightly green, but you have Aurora negative. A little bit of divergence there. Guys, Mullen is trying to squeeze again here. Mullen is above its daily 100, trying to squeeze again. The market is trying to turn from green to red. Guys, you have MULN trying to break out here. MULN is trying to break out. Nat gas. Again, I'm still interested in shorting nat gas, but it has to be a little bit higher. You can see Mullen here making another attempt at breaking out. This one could still squeeze. Again, it's above its daily 100, looking for a bit of a breakout. Guys, I'm long Mullen at 750. This is a lighter share size, but I'm long Mullen at 750. You can see the Qs are starting to come in a touch. Come on, Mullen. Get going. What else can we play to the trend here, guys? Sorry, Ram. I'll discuss some techniques later. Let's just focus on the day trades as of now. QQQ is starting to weaken here, guys. The Qs are starting to weaken here. XOM's ripping. Oil's seeing a bullish reversal, guys. Oil's seeing a bullish reversal. Semiconductor bear ETF is ripping. NVDA seeing some harsh sell side pressure. That's coming in very, very sharply at the moment. Tesla's getting wrecked. Bitcoin's seeing some sellers. Meta's coming in. Google's being faded. Apple's actually ripping here, trying to pump up. Nat gas is falling a little bit. Intel is starting to perform a little bit better at the moment. QQQ still weakening a touch as the Dixie also comes down. Apple's starting to rip here. Not a good candle formation for the Qs at the moment. The positive for the Qs is that you still have Apple strong. Tesla's reverse lower. No, I have not closed that put. That one's going against us a little bit. Semiconductor bear ETF still trying to catch a bid. You have Intel trying to go green again. You have Apple still pushing. NVIDIA, Microsoft slightly negative. SMCI, Tesla, AVGO negative. Meta slightly negative. Google, Amazon green. Oil softening here. ARM is at 101.30-ish. We're still seeing the QQQ weakening here. Bitcoin's coming in. You're seeing some weakness creep back into the crypto-related stocks. I'm long Mullen with 736. Oil still trying to catch a bid. Semiconductor bear ETF is really catching a sizable bid. QQQ still coming in a touch here. The Russell's gone negative, SPY's gone negative, and the Qs have gone negative. Semiconductor bear ETF catching a sizable bid. So the SOXS is catching a sizable bid. Mullen's still trying to move up for us here. Beautiful little... Come on, we need Mullen to break out here, and this thing could squeeze. It's showing strength in a weak market. It's up 10% right now. You break through this level, and we're probably going to try to test this high pivot at around 979. So Mullen is in watch for a squeeze. Again, don't go too heavy in this ticker because it is a higher risk name, not a fundamental company that you want to be holding. Just a trade. Just a trade, guys. Alright, Intel's still trying to push. Semis are still seeing some weakness through NVIDIA. Bitcoin's getting hit really hard right now, guys. So crypto's coming in. Crypto is coming in hard. Oil's also coming in hard. And this is all on the back of softer yields, softer dollar. More strength coming into the SOXS. Big sell-off in the Qs, guys. A really big sell-off in the Qs. Whoa, QQQ getting absolutely demolished right now, guys, and dusted. The Qs are getting absolutely demolished and dusted at the moment. What would you recommend if someone wants to trade ARM right now? Just be patient with it. It's looking like it's going to go lower. That's what I would say. I wouldn't be long right now. I think that this earnings gap down. Target price for Plug. Well, Plug's made a red to green reversal, so I think Plug right now, we're just holding earnings common shares. You know, I could see Plug trying to push for 325. Obviously, there's resistance ahead of that. You have resistance at around 290, but Plug probably 325, give or take. But QQQ getting absolutely dusted here. Look at this bearish breakdown on the Qs. Not a healthy thing. Even Mullen getting wrecked right now. So SPY is still trying to hold, but a potential failed breakdown, or sorry, potential failed breakout in the S&P. Semiconductor bear ETF is still holding strength here in the face of things. NVIDIA got wrecked. That's trading at 892, down 1.26. So ARM right now still trading at 99.70, 99.60. Still trying to hold steady. Nat gas at 234. Again, semiconductors are under pressure. Nasdaq's down 0.25%. S&P Russell slightly negative on the session. Just slightly negative. S&P is trying to catch a little bit of a buyer's bid here. Semiconductors are seeing some more sell side pressure, more weakness creeping back in. Intel dumping, NVIDIA's dumping still, Apple's still trying to curl up, Google's now dumping, Meta's obviously under pressure. You have an inverse head and shoulders on the semiconductor bear ETF. We're about to approach the neckline as we speak. So if you break out of that, upside targets are about 37.40 on the semiconductor bear. You're now hitting 10-minute chart support on the Qs. You're hitting your EMA 113 on the QQQ. Shopify long on a day trade. I'll pull up Shopify. Tough name. Tough one. That one's still seeing some sell side pressure. You are into that gap, obviously, that everyone's watching. But market's weak right now, so I would just be a little bit patient with that name. ARM's still coming in. Crypto's still weak. You have the markets trying to stage a bit of a relief bounce right now. You can still see the S&P is weak here. Got a 5-minute close below the trend line, below the neckline. SOXS, strong bid in SOXS. You can see on the hourly chart, if we break out of this inverse head and shoulders on the semiconductor bear, upside target's about this 37.40. So that's certainly on watch. Nat gas still holding steady. NVIDIA is still getting clobbered, down 1.7% now. XOM still strong. Apple still pushing, new high of day. NVIDIA is still coming in. It's now into its daily gap. Semiconductor bear ETF still pumping here, guys. Still pumping. Coming up into your neckline resistance. So we'll see if any sellers and buyers start to come back into the semis as we approach resistance on the bear ETF. QQQ still coming in. A little bit weak on the session. NVIDIA is now hitting its daily 7 moving average at 884.80. It's very close to hitting that. There might be some support here in the markets, guys, so expect a potential bounce to occur here. I am expecting a little bit of a potential minor bounce to occur. Look at the semiconductors into that neckline resistance. This is where the bulls should try to step up and defend at least some individual names. Again, oil's still struggling here. Look at the bear ETF go in the semis, guys. QQQ just getting absolutely pummeled here. Let's look at this QQQ hourly chart. You can see it's still hanging on. It's just being rejected off of resistance at the moment. S&P is trying to see some buyers. Still have NVIDIA getting wrecked right now, trading at 885. Semis are now seeing a little bit of buying pressure. NVIDIA is bouncing off its 7-day. Google's bouncing a little bit. Apple's still looking strong. Big bounce in the Qs there. Really sizable bounce. Let's see if the market wants to push up and recapture any of the gains that it's just lost. You still have Apple positive. So it seems that the pair trade opportunity is obviously now, every time the QQQ is negative, it seems like Apple's performing. Every time the QQQ is strong, it seems like Apple's underperforming. Apple just made a new high of day. It's still ripping. Plug Power still trying to reverse. ARM is still seeing a little bit of a rally off of the lows. NVIDIA is still under pressure. Google's under pressure. Microsoft's seeing a little bit of buyers at the moment. Just waiting patiently for things here. Again, the semiconductors neckline is holding steady there. Look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA probably wants to test this 878 area today. 878 area. Again, you did have hard rejection on NVIDIA. So you have your little breakout backtest neckline sitting right around this confluence of moving averages. So I still think that there's going to be maybe one more little flush on NVIDIA. Maybe one more little flush on NVIDIA lower. And then there's a potential entry on the long side. XOM still performing really, really well. Semis are still under pressure. QQQ still seeing some more selling. Bitcoin's trying to bounce here. Disney climbing. Yep, Disney's at 105.60, trying to make a red to green reversal at the moment. Still weak. You know, my downside target on Disney is still a bit lower, believe it or not. I actually have a downside target on Disney around about 100, just over $100, 101, 100, between 100 and 101 is my downward target on Disney. There is an even scenario where it can hit about 96.50. XOM is ripping still. Nat gas still strong. Oil's trying to make a little bit of reversal here and trying to go green. NVIDIA's bouncing. ARM's at 100. CVS is another one that's just been demolished. That one's trading at 55, hitting huge monthly chart support, going all the way back to 2003. So it's a 20-year trend line of support on CVS. Quite amazing. Our Qs are getting a really big bid. Dollar new lows. So expect the indices to try to grab a hold of this dollar weakness and push higher. You're seeing gold and silver pumping. Yields are still kind of mixed. Again, don't be surprised if the markets can make another little sizable push here. The S&P is trying to recapture this neckline. I still think NVIDIA has one more leg lower, but we are trying to see some buyers stepping up into the picture here. Oil again making another attempt at moving higher. QQQ pushing for 440. Nat gas. I'm still interested in shorting Nat gas, but it needs to go a little bit higher. Right now you have AMD down 1.2, SMCI down 3.2, Tesla down half, SOX down 0.7, NVDA down 1.78. It's always a it's always likely to be a negative session, more likely I should say, when NVIDIA is weak on the session. CGC thoughts, it's up 2.1% at the moment. I mean, if you want to try it long here in anticipation, it has gone through a pretty harsh sell side pressure over the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days. You're still holding that inside bar. So, I mean, I have no issues if you want to try to go long here for a day trade. It is trying to make a nice little breakout, recapturing some of these key moving averages. So, you know what? Let's actually try to pick up on the long side here. 922. I just got filled, guys. 922. This is a 1/4 entry. But my stop loss is going to be this 890 zone. Okay, 890 stop. That'll be a hard stop. And then I'll add to the position around $9. And we are seeing more selling coming into the picture. Intel's trying to make a little bit of a bullish bounce. Alright guys, CGC I'll add at $9. I'll add at $9 on CGC. That'll be my second entry. And it is starting to come down a touch here. Guys, I'm also looking at Intel for a long day trade. INTC for a long day trade. It's trying to firm up and break out here. I like this 29.97 area on Intel. I think Intel's going to try to make a push to break out today, guys. So I'm long Intel here, 29.96 for a day trade. 29.96 for a day trade. And if for some reason we break this little wedge pattern to the downside, I will stop out. So long Intel, long CGC. Oil still trying to catch a huge wick on the hourly charts, now recapturing 29 a barrel. Valero's up 1%. Nice move on Valero. Lululemon's up 1.1. SPY's green. Q's negative. Come on, CGC's catching a nice bid. Here comes a potential rally in the markets. Remember, the S&P does have an inverse head and shoulders. It's a bullish pattern that had just held the neckline. So now calls are actually favored. I'm looking at 520 calls on the S&P, guys. Excuse me. But the S&P is looking more bullish now. Intel's trying to push up. CGC's trying to push. Carvana trading at 113.50 at the moment. Yeah, PayPal's been a dead trade. That one's been an awful, awful mover. You know, PayPal took some PayPal calls that are just going against us at the moment. My Intel day trade, I have 1,000 shares right now. You can see CGC starting to perform here a little bit. So again, this one's starting to move. I mean, upside target on CGC could be pretty immense if you just do a simple fib retrace from your high pivot at almost 1488 down to your low. Simple retrace, say, takes us to 1019. 1019, which would give us a beautiful, beautiful momentum squeeze. CGC's breaking out here, guys. Let's see if we can catch a nice little move. CGC is pumping here, guys. Look at CGC go, guys. Beautiful move. Beautiful little move. Wow, CGC is going to squeeze here, guys. Let's look at the S&P. S&P's made a new high of day there. Trying to also squeeze higher. Look at canopy growth go, guys. Marijuana stocks are pushing here. Pushing. Nat Gas is trying to make another move, so I do have a shortable level on Nat Gas as well that I'm eyeing up. That's around 238. Pierce of 238 gets me highly interested. Nat Gas is spiking, guys. Get ready to go long KOLD. I'm going to get ready to go long KOLD. Nat Gas is spiking here, guys. Markets are spiking. Canopy growth still spiking. Nat Gas is coming into some resistance here. Again, I'm watching this KOLD for a short on Nat Gas, okay? So I'm going to be going long KOLD. You can see it almost hit that low of day. We traded this yesterday with success. But around 238, I do like a short on Nat Gas. So I'm watching that on my other screen. It's probably going to be a level around 59.40, 59.50 for KOLD. And this is going to be a 1/4 position short Nat Gas. Intel still moving up now. We're in the green. Canopy growth moving up in the green. Mara earning call today after the market. I expect it to go lower. Yeah, that one's a tough one. Be careful with that name because that one's underperformed really throughout the whole topping phase of this crypto bull market and this last rally. It's underperformed substantially, so there's a lot of short interest. It's a very high short interest name. What I've been seeing this earnings seasons is a lot of the high short interest names, they've actually been gapping them up in the after hours on lighter volume. So that's the only concerning aspect that I want you to be cautious with Mara. Not saying it's not guaranteed to go up, but just recognize that on lower volume, the high short interest names have a great ability to be pumped up and manipulated in the short term. Excuse me. Intel's starting to move, guys. Still looking at nat gas short. I repeat, I'm looking at a nat gas short, and it appears to this 238.50 range. The S&P is still looking strong at the moment. Still trying to grind higher. Intel's green. What should our strategy be? Well, I think you can have a primary position, Ram, if you're looking at puts, and then just take a call hedge if you're looking. So your primary position we put, just look for a call hedge. And again, it doesn't have to be one that makes you money. It could just be that it, calculated that if you make a call hedge, something that's not too crazy out of the money, but enough to cover your puts if they go against you. All right, guys, Intel's starting to break out here. So that one's firming up nicely. Look at this little wedge pattern. This has got a lot of room to run, guys. I repeat, this has got a lot of room to run if it starts to firm up. It's going to try to tack this gap fill if it pushes out here. So Intel's got a lot of momentum. Sorry, it's got a lot of negative gamma on the sell side pressure, and this is probably going to try to make a nice squeeze. Still waiting on nat gas. That hasn't hit my level. Dixie new low. Bitcoin starting to return. I'll do some earnings revisions, Ram, later in the session while we just monitor these day trades and look for other opportunities since we have the volume with us in the morning here. I will go over some earnings plays later on in the stream, but we're just day trading right now, so we still got a lot of time to discuss a few things. We've got quite a bit of time to discuss earnings plays. All right, nat gas still trying to push. Canopy still trying to push. Qs are now coming in a touch here. Intel getting slightly rejected at its neckline. Still waiting on Intel and Canopy. Again, nat gas is close to a shortable level in my opinion. It's a high risk trade. It's a high risk trade on nat gas, but it is approaching a shortable level. Intel is a buy at, yep, Intel is a buy. I'm also accumulating a large position here. Day trade and swing trade. All right, just scrolling back to things right now. The Nasdaq is still negative. Russell and S&P are green. Dollar slightly negative. VIX is green. 10-year yield is basically just slightly green as well. IWM just made a new high of day, so we are seeing a little bit of a bid still coming into small caps. Canopy growth getting faded a touch here. Nat gas getting faded still a little bit, but trying to firm up. QQQ still seeing a little bit of sell side. If we look at the SPY, you can see the SPY hitting resistance yet again, getting slightly rejected in the near term. That's why the indices are struggling here, but still have an inverse head and shoulders on watch. Again, I'm still looking at a nat gas short above 238.40, 238.50. It's climbing there. Nat gas right now is up 2.9%. So another charge higher in nat gas. Another solid move higher. Apple's taking a bit of a breather. Intel's still trying to squeeze. Canopy Growth taking a bit of a breather. NVDA could be coming down for its next little wave of selling here, so we got to be watching the S&P and the Qs closely. So you see, how's Aurora doing? Nat Gas is still trying to push, guys. Nat Gas is still trying to push. It's now at 238 and climbing. So this is where we're going to enter KOLD, guys. KOLD. We are still seeing Nat Gas pushing for the shortable level. Again, KOLD, I'm watching that one. As Nat Gas hits 238.40, I'm going to be very, very interested. Again, I'm going to do a 1/4 entry on Nat Gas, recognizing that it could still push higher on us. All right, Nat Gas is coming up here, guys, almost at that shortable level. I did not take it yet. I repeat, I did not take it. Intel's breaking out. S&P's breaking out here. Huge breakout. Nat Gas is almost there, guys. Almost there. Did not get filled yet on KOLD. I did not get filled yet. Almost took an entry there. It just tapped that 238 level, but missed it, the 44-cent level, by a few pennies. A few pennies it missed. Canopy Growth still struggling here. Oh, Nat Gas seeing a bit of sell side in this range. Same thing with the Qs. Intel still trying to push. Bigger bar down in Nat Gas. Guys, I missed the entry there on Nat Gas. You can clearly see it almost tagged that level, that green level. I'd actually missed it by about a penny on my screen. Damn, that Nat Gas pullback. Shit, I missed that, guys. I missed that. I'm far away from... Oh, sorry about that, guys. I had my mic volume turned down there. Had the wrong one up. Sorry about that, guys. Thanks for letting me know. Yeah, plug new high of day. Nat Gas almost hit our short level. You can see it pulled back there. That was an entry that I was hoping to get into. Never quite did that. But yeah, UNG strong. Plug again still pushing. Again, we're holding common shares on plug. And that one could easily squeeze. QQQ coming in a touch. Intel seeing some sellers off resistance. XOM still pumping. I'm still interested in Nat Gas short via KOLD. But I'm just going to be a stickler with my price. I'm going to be a stickler with my price. XOM's massive strength in XOM. That's insane. Insane strength in XOM today. ARM's at 100.9, Canopy's at 916, Intel's at 30. QQQ, big rejection on the Qs and the S&P there, so pretty harsh sell side pressure. Nat gas really starting to come in, guys. I kind of missed that entry on KOLD. That's extremely unfortunate. That was a huge opportunity off that 59.40. Damn it. Still, missed that KOLD trade, guys. I apologize about that one. I was just being a stickler and missed it by a few pennies there. Still long Intel, long CGC, long Mullen. SPY still has a target, upside target of 519.80. XOM still pushing. Nat gas trade is still on watch, guys. We're still on watch for Nat gas. Just needs to go a little bit higher now in the near term. Amazon pushing. Now NVIDIA is getting walloped, guys. So NVIDIA is seeing some pretty harsh weakness. You can see NVIDIA, again, I said likely has some more downside target to this 876 area. I'd consider a long on NVIDIA down here at 876. I'd consider a long. But QQQ is definitely more relatively weak than the SPY. SPY's actually triggered bullish price action. And as opposed to the QQQ, it's actually struggling here on the negative side. Intel, Canopy still trying to push. Nat gas taking a bit of a breather. Apple still trying to press higher here in the near term. Google's getting hit really hard at the moment. So Google's coming down. ARM is now at 101. Canopy making another squeeze here, guys. I still think Canopy can hit 10 bucks today, guys. If the market stays firm, yield soft, dollar soft, Canopy can hit 10 bucks today. That's what it's shaping up to be. CVS trying to catch a little bit of a bid here as well. Intel's making another squeeze, guys. Look at Intel breaking out here. Beautiful little breakout. This is going to head for its gap, guys. And this supports the S&P 500 pushing. I'm still watching Nat gas for a short. Needs to go a little bit higher. I'm looking at now 238.58 as an entry on Nat gas. That could correspond with KOLD maybe around 59.20-ish. But Intel's starting to push. Canopy, big surge there. Right now you do have strength in the S&P and Russell, weakness in NASDAQ Tech. NVIDIA coming in, Google coming in, Apple, Microsoft trying to push higher here. Intel's still pushing, guys. Canopy's still pushing. We're leading the charge on these two names. Again, I'm still watching Nat gas. That's at 238. Very close to a short, but not quite there. NASDAQ getting hit really hard with NVIDIA and Google leading the charge to the downside at the moment. All right, guys, Nat gas is approaching that shortable level, guys. Nat gas is approaching that shortable level. This is high risk. All right, guys, I am long KOLD 59.35. Starter position. Long KOLD 59.35. Can even get a better fill than I can. 59.35 long KOLD. Again, we're long KOLD, guys. 59.33. Sorry, 59.35. And we're holding long Intel, long Canopy. Intel's starting to outperform at the moment. Nat gas still holding steady. Nat gas still trying to see some sellers off this range, but it is trying to push higher. I mean, you get through this high pivot, and we're really, you have your daily 200 at 251. I'd be shocked if we went for that, but you never know. You never know. Intel's just surging here, guys. Intel is really starting to surge. Nice pullback in Nat gas here, guys. Nice pullback in Nat gas. Intel's ripping still, guys. Take a look at our Intel long trade. That one's working out. If you want to start trimming, I'm going to start to potentially trim in this range. You know what? I'm actually going to leave this running. This one's extreme oversold. This one's definitely got more upside in the tank. Alright, KOLD. That one's starting to bounce nicely, guys. Let's see if we can get some more downside in Nat gas. Currently, Nat gas is in a very strong uptrend at the moment, up 3.2% and climbing. We do have Nat gas storage in 7 minutes, which is kind of concerning me. You know, they could try to do a big pump, take it even higher. Tesla still negative, Apple green, NVIDIA down 2, Microsoft slightly negative. Crypto stocks like Maracoin, MSTR are all negative, except they are trying to firm up off the lows here. Let's look at what's happening in the S&P market movers. Market movers today, take a look at that. Equinix up 12.8. EPAM, Airbnb all getting hit. SMCI getting hit. Intel's surging, guys. Intel is surging. Alright, guys. I just sold half of my Intel day trade here. Half of my Intel day trade. Beautiful little gain. Trimmed half at 30.20. And I'm going to leave the other half riding. Okay, so nice little trade there. Beautiful little trade on Intel. It's still squeezing. Still squeezing. All right, we'll flip back to our KOLD. That one's starting to work out for us as well. A lot more green starting to appear on the screen. You have all sectors green except for XLK. So the only sector red is technology, your heaviest weighted sector, which I find quite interesting. Intel still pushing, guys. Still pushing on Intel. Again, it's risky holding this day trade into nat gas storages. It's very risky. They could easily try to pump nat gas up. Really, at this point in time, you get through this high pivot 238 level, 238.50. There's not too much resistance left in nat gas, other than that daily 200. NVIDIA's still weak, Tesla curling down, Google's still weak, Meta's trying to push up, Amazon's curling up, Apple's still trying to push. QQQ still on the negative side. QQQ is still on the negative side. Pfizer down a couple percent. That's just a value trap stock. Keeps going lower and lower and lower. Intel's surging still, guys. Intel's just surging. It's now approaching 10:30 time frame. Intel's just ripping. We have nat gas inventories in a couple minutes. So obviously it's risky holding this KOLD. If you're wanting to secure a little bit of profits here, by all means, I'm kind of going to risk it for the biscuit. See if we get any sort of a down move. Again, it could easily spike, so just be aware of that. It could easily spike higher. And there's no real resistance yet. If we throw up a fib retrace, you can see we're into this 382 resistance, 238. So there is some sizable resistance here on nat gas. But really, if you break through this area, there's not much resistance until you get to this 200 moving average. And nat gas is still trying to press higher here in the near term. ARM is trying to firm up across the board. Dixie's trading at 105.29. It keeps getting rejected. Yeah, nat gas inventories are set to come out here. We're short going into it via KOLD. Again, if for some reason we drop, guys, I'm going to add to my KOLD position at 58.80. 58.80. And then 58.10 via KOLD. If we start to drop, Canopy Growth trying to firm up here. So next, add levels on KOLD if nat gas pops on inventories. Again, we do have inventories set to occur in 1 minute. 1 minute, we're short nat gas into it. Nat gas is starting to come down a little bit. Again, this is the inverse play of nat gas. I'll pull up the actual nat gas so we can see the reaction off of inventories. It's up 3% into the inventory, so investors are pricing in a positive return. Again, guys, if we have a big dump, I'm going to take profits, okay, on KOLD. If we spike, I have 3 other add levels, 58.80, 58.10, and then 57.40. All right, KOLD is going down, nat gas spiking. You can see it made a new high there off of inventories. I did add at 58.80, guys. It spiked down quickly. That was a quick spike down on KOLD. That was a really quick spike down on KOLD. You can see nat gas is starting to pump. So this is the risk, right? This is the risk. A lot of shorts. I did add on that wick down 58.80. So my average now is 59.11 on KOLD. I repeat, 59.11 on KOLD. Come on, Nat Gas. Come on in. I think they're trying to pump it here. A lot of resistance. No worries. That's the smart thing to do right now because it is trying to push even higher, Nat Gas. Look at it trying to push higher here. Again, next ad level on KOLD is at 58.10. 58.10 if Nat Gas holds this price action and wants to keep pushing. So far, it's a bullish reaction off of inventories. But is that going to be a scenario where they just try to wipe out some of the shorts? Is it a true move, or are they just trying to wipe out some of the shorts? Canopy still waiting on Canopy, still riding Intel, taking profits off of Intel. Again, my average on KLD is at 59.11. It's a half position. Half position. Let's just look at KOLD. Again, next ad level is at 58.10. And then 57.40. So right now we have a half position short Nat Gas. That's a half position short Nat Gas. We're slightly down on the trade, but this is still very extended in nature. And again, the actual came in at 79 billion. Consensus was 87 billion. So as of now, it is a positive reaction. S&P still holding steady. Nat Gas is still holding steady. Nat Gas is still strong, trading at 240 and not really giving up any of its gains. Intel's still pushing higher, guys. Intel's still seeing some strength. Nat Gas still staying unbelievably strong at the moment. NVIDIA is trying to firm up. Microsoft's trying to look strong at the moment. Canopy is really struggling. Yeah, my stop was at 713 on Mullen. Nat Gas still pushing up. Again, looking at KOLD, we are slightly negative on that position. I'm actually interested in adding again down here. All right, guys, I just added again to KOLD down there at 58.40, 58.40. Again, we are still going lower. My average is now at 58.79. Nat gas is still printing here. Again, this is high risk. Inventories are positive. Nat gas is still pushing. Extremely elevated now. If you look at nat gas daily chart, let's take a look at this. Look at that power move. Well over a 2.5 standard deviation move in nat gas. Even on the intraday chart, well over a 2.5 standard deviation move. Breaking outside of those Bollinger Bands. Still trying to push and print here. Intel's still strong. ARM's making a bullish reversal to the upside. Alright, nat gas, let's see if it wants to retrace any of this move today. If we just simply look at the low of this move to the high pivot here, there's our fib retracement levels. We'll see if it wants to push higher or if we get any sort of profit taking. Look at the S&P still grinding for this upside target, looking very, very strong in the near term. Intel's just been a massive mover. Look at that chart. Massive, massive mover. We've just been accumulating heavy in Intel. Valero, Mullen getting whacked. Yep, Mullen getting whacked. Intel new high of day. Apple going for another high of day. Microsoft, Meta looking phenomenally strong. Intel still pushing. Plug power is up nicely, 270, up 7% on plug. Beautiful little move on plug power. Nat gas is still staying reasonably strong in this region. A little bit of reversal now coming into KOLD. Look at the S&P is just a monster today. A monster. Look at the S&P squeeze, guys. Look at that squeeze going. Wow. Intel's ripping. Plug's ripping. Canopy's struggling. You have Amazon just had a power candle. Apple, Microsoft power candle. Nat gas may want to fill that 252 gap. Yeah, there's a potential that it could. There's absolutely a potential of that. Guys, look at Intel go. Holy. Look at that. The S&P 500 is squeezing, breaking out. How's oil doing right now? Dixie's just getting clobbered, guys. Why the markets are going through a squeeze. Look at this free fall in the dollar. The dollar's now backtesting support. It's backtesting its little inverse head and shoulders in the hourly chart. Guys, I just trimmed the day trade. I took profits on the rest of the Intel position here. Sold the day trade. I repeat, sold the day trade for Intel. Still holding my swing. Nice job. Congrats on those profits. All right, flipping back to the S&P. Look at that. Oil's getting also demolished at the moment. So oil's also under a lot of pressure, which is why you have the dollar falling, oil falling. Markets are just loving that. Markets are absolutely loving that. What a rally in the markets, guys. What a rally in the markets. Bitcoin's starting to catch a sizable relief rally. Coin, MicroStrategy have all gone green. Nat gas still holding steady at these highs. So a little bit of a doji candle on nat gas, but look at this daily chart breakout on the S&P. Going for a little bit of a breakout attempt. Quite impressive. Upside target again, still at 519.80 level on the SPY. And it's still pushing. Canopy growth still kind of struggling in this region. Nat gas still trying to press. QQQ high of day. Yes, it did. It did hit a high of day. I'm surprised marijuana stocks haven't really caught a bid with this market rally. It's really been mega cap tech that firmed up. 10-year yield went negative. Dollar's still trying to find some support here. I do think that there should be some sort of a consolidative pullback in this region on the S&P, but market's just trying to trend higher here in the near term. Nat gas now at 241. Intel going for a new high of day. Canopy growth trying to firm up. Apple just made a new high of day. AMD, how's AMD doing? That's still down. SMCI is still down. So, I mean, if we run into the scenario where you have NVIDIA go green, AMD try to go green, SMCI, if semiconductors firm up like Intel, this S&P and QQQ market is actually going to fly today. It will fly today. ARM is basically at 104. What a recovery in ARM. Nat gas still holding steady. S&P still holding steady. A little bit of weakness creeping back into Microsoft at the moment. Again, expect a minor little profit taking to occur in the indices. You've had really stunning moves across the board in some of these mega caps. You've had a stunning move in Intel, ARM. And I still think NVIDIA has one more little downward flush. Pretty sizable decline coming back into Intel. So a nice little exit there on the day trade. Good little exit there. Let's look back at CGC. That one's still just floundering. Kind of disappointing that CGC actually never made a attempt at breaking out higher. It was just that surge off the open. So back to the S&P. S&P still just consolidating here. Now you have nat gas seeing a little bit of sell side pressure in this range. Again, my average on KOLD is a 3/4 position sitting at 58.79. And then we have one more entry which I would do at 57.80. You can see the S&P is still seeing some buyers. Nat gas still holding steady. Plug power still ripping. ARM is almost gone green. Go figure. Nat gas trying to push for another high. Another high of day nat gas is trying to push for. All sectors of the S&P are all green except for XLK technology. KOLD is going down. Nat gas another new high there. It is entering a bit of a squeeze mode here. What a move in nat gas, guys. Off of inventories. We are still pumping to the upside. Final entries coming here on KOLD, guys. Final entry on KOLD is approaching at this 57.80 range. S&P seeing a little bit of a pullback in the near term. KOLD is 5 cents away from our final entry, guys. Final entry at 57.80. I just got filled at 57.75 with a little bit of a gap down there. So that is now, I will not add to the position anymore. Again, my average is now sitting at 58.44 KOLD. Full position, no more entries, guys. If we start consolidating and looking to now break out of this high pivot, we may have to reassess and evaluate this trade. But Nat Gas has had almost a 3 standard deviation move on the daily chart. So it's had a massive move today and still trying to press. QQQ puts, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. I don't really like it yet. I would be more inclined with just common shares, Ram. Obviously you can make more money, but you can also lose. I would just look at common shares if you're wanting to short. The S&P could backtest this area, 518. You know, QQQ is making higher highs, higher lows on the session, which is always tough. And again, the S&P is broken out, so if the Qs start to play catch up, then that's going to be a little bit concerning. Nat Gas, new high of day. It's now squeezing up on the session 5%. S&P is still hanging on to the majority of its gains. A little bit of a topping tail developing on the Nat Gas chart at the moment. Let's look at KOLD. That one's trying to put in a bit of a reversal, bottoming tail. A little bit of a squeeze trying to unwind here in Nat Gas. This could be the high of day. Again, we're still well extended. You know, if you look at that previous high of day pivot, that's sitting all the way back here at 238. I'm expecting Nat Gas to retest this 238 pivot, likely even retest this 235 zone. Potential 5-minute topping tail. We'll see if that surmounts to anything. KOLD, again, our average is sitting at 58.44. Trading come on, KOLD. Again, guys, my profit target, my TP on KOLD. Again, I'm expecting Nat Gas to retest. Just let me isolate. I'm expecting Nat Gas to hit 238 again. 238.50, which is about a 1.27% decline from here. You know, which should put KOLD back up to about 59.80. There's a gap fill that I'm looking at. 59.82, this little gap. I think that's going to be the target bounce on KOLD, just for the day trade. This little gap fill. Okay, that's kind of where I'm looking at. Plug Power still pushing. NVIDIA is still putting in a bear flag. Microsoft looking strong. Meta looking strong. How Tesla looks for next week? Bearish. Tesla's not looking like a strong chart. I mean, say you've had a nice reversal off of... yesterday you had a nice reversal off the lows, but still managed to gap down and hold negative price. I'll pull up the Tesla chart. Just give me a second here. But I'm not a big fan right now of Tesla. I mean, there is a scenario where you could be developing an inverse head and shoulders. I would like to see it fill this gap before I consider a long. You are holding the daily 50. I think as long as the bulls can maintain that daily 50 MA, then there's a chance to go long and try to catch a bounce. But if you lose the 50, that's probably not a good sign again. So I mean, the 50 moving average right now is being held. Just granted, you had your earnings gap up, big move down, bear flag, breakdown. This could yield more downside, so just be careful. But there is obviously a potential for a bullish pattern to develop. All right, nat gas is finally starting to come in. Again, this one we are holding KOLD. This canopy growth starting to come in. Let's look at the S&P. S&P is still trying to charge for 519. We're now actually green on our KOLD trade, guys. So we're green. Again, we're sitting at 58.44. So we are slightly green on the trade, but looking for more. Looking for more. All right, we'll keep the S&P up because that's the strong indice. Russell's charging up 0.6. Dollar's still weak. Canopy growth trying to catch a bid here. Bigger move coming in KOLD. XOM new high of day. Nat gas still seeing some selling and profit taking in this region. Again, we're still well off of our first fib level. Look at the S&P going for a new high of day. Just monster price action in the markets. Amazon's still trying to press higher here. Qs are still pressing, S&P still pressing, nat gas still coming in. Still holding KOLD on the short side. Canopy growth now starting to firm up. QQQ is now into some decent resistance here. 440 put is looking a little bit enticing. It's trying to break out though, the Q, so we have to be mindful, but it is into some resistance in this range. I'm going to take a QQQ put option. I'm looking at it here. Looking at a 440 put. Qs are seeing some sell side here, still holding short KOLD. QQQ coming in. Again, I like those 440 puts off this range. Nat gas is starting to work out well for us, guys. Here we go. Nat gas, we're green on our KOLD by a nice margin here, guys. I'm still looking for a move to 59.80. Again, 59.80 on the Qs gets me interested. Sorry, 59.80 on KOLD gets me interested. Take a look at that. Again, our average is sitting here at 58.44. Let's see if the Qs want to give back any more gains. Still holding steady here. The Nasdaq has made a little bit of a bullish breakout. Let's see if we back test this key trend line. Microsoft coming in a touch, Tesla's coming in, NVDA trying to firm up. Dixie's still trading at 105.30. S&P, Qs, Russell all green on the session. Nat gas still coming down, guys. Nat gas really coming in hard, guys. Look at Nat gas starting to really fall precipitously here. This is what we've been waiting for. You're now at your first fib level. Let's see if we can get more, though. I'm still looking for a bit more downside in the grand scheme of things. I'm still holding KOLD. Again, 59.80 is profit target area. 59.80 is profit target area. Those CPK calls are printing. Monster move on CPK. Chesapeake. That gas still coming in. Qs are still just holding steady here. Nat gas trying to bounce off its first fib level. Canopy growth looks a little bit more poised. ARM is almost gone green. Impressive reversal in ARM. Amazon running into a bit of sellers, but Microsoft, Google, Meta is still looking strong. Tesla low of day. NVIDIA is still forming a bear flag. Carvana, can you check Carvana? Sure. Let's check CVNA. Yeah, trading at 117. Nice bullish reversal off the lows. Still nothing. I still like the short side. This is just going through a bit of a distribution, I think. I still like the short side on Carvana in and around this range. Nat gas going even lower now, guys. So look at this KOLD trade. It's starting to really print for us. We're up rather nicely off of this zone. Again, I'm looking for that 57.80, 57.79 gap fill right up here as a target, profit target. I'm probably going to sell half and then leave some runners. Again, natural gas is still trying to show bullish price action. NVIDIA is trying to push here. Qs are still pushing. Qs are now trying to break out of this 441 level. All right, so we're just looking at things here. Nat gas still trying to bounce. When would you get back into IMPP? I actually haven't looked at that one, but IMPP is going to be correlated with oil. Qs are trying to push and break out for another new high of day. S&P is making another new high of day, so that might be supportive of higher price in the near term. Canopy growth starting to move, guys. We're up about 18 cents on that trade. Canopy growth is starting to move again, guys. We're up 2%. So again, CGC starting to break out here again. SPY going for another move higher. KOLD coming down a touch. Dollar's still weak. Yields are still weak. Technology sector is trying to catch a really big bid now. There goes a new high on the S&P and Qs. QQQ also made a new high. Alright guys, Qs are still acting well off of this region, but potentially starting to see some more sell side. At the moment we're still long CGC, and we're also long KOLD, which is a short on nat gas. We're in the money on both trades at the moment, and I do like 440 puts on the Qs in this region, guys. Just took a 440 put on the Qs, got filled at 46 cents. 46 cents a con. 440 put on the Qs, guys. 440 put on the Qs. Got filled at 46 cents a contract. Nice move down coming into the Qs, guys. Nice move down. Come on. See if we can get more. We're into a ton of resistance here on the Qs. Still think there could be a back test of this little previous trend line. Nat gas still seeing some sell side. CGC still trying to push back up. NVDA is breaking higher here. So NVIDIA is trying to firm up. NVIDIA is still down 1.2%, but really trying to make a move higher. Tesla's at the lows. Microsoft running into some near-term selling. Meta's still grinding higher. Dollar's at 105.29. Okay, we're riding a QQQ 440 put at 46 cents a contract. Right now we're basically break even. Nat gas still seeing some more selling. Come on, Qs. Let's see what type of a retest we can get. If we throw on that fib again. Dollar's trying to catch a small bid here, so the Dixie is trying to catch a bid. QQQ still grinding. Nat Gas trying to hold 240. Plug Power still grinding. Believe it or not, ARM went green, guys. ARM went green. Quite impressive. Tesla new low. NVIDIA's pushing. Microsoft, Google, Meta all pushing. S&P's still grinding higher. QQQ looking for another new high of day, just grinding. Intel's coming in a touch. Bitcoin's trying to make another move now. So you have firm price action coming into NVIDIA. Tesla's still struggling. Amazon's looking bullish. Meta's had a beautiful 50-minute rally. Nat Gas getting another little push. QQQ trying to go for another high of day. NVIDIA is really pushing. It's only down 1% now. Recapturing a large share of its losses. BA going up. QQQ did hit a new high of day. S&P is only about 40 cents away from achieving its upside target. Nat Gas seeing a little bit of a bounce here. QQQ still holding steady at the highs of the session. Seeing Meta approaching a double top. What is QQQ stop? Well, it's a starter position still, but probably around, I'm looking to potentially add in this region. I'm very close, but I'm looking at around 441.50 to add to the position, but it's only a one entry. My stop would probably be about at 30 cents a contract. But again, it's just a starter position. It's a starter position on the QQQ. Again, my average is at 46 cents a contract. Still holding KOLD, still holding CGC. Guys, I'm actually going to sell my CGC here at 944. I just exited my CGC, 944. Sold CGC for another little winner, 944, just because I think the markets are a little bit extended. I'm all out of CGC day trade. That one can go higher, but I'm just securing some profits here. You can see the NASDAQ coming in a touch here. But I'm looking for this 10-minute chart price to really establish itself above this little resistance trend line. It's kind of what I'm waiting for in the near term. You can see this upsloping wedge pattern typically is bearish. See if it breaks down. I still think a retest of this 440.5 zone is likely. And then potentially even lower. Nat Gas still trying to bounce. Qs are seeing some more sell side. Nat gas trying to push higher. Dollars making new lows, guys. Dollars making new lows, so that's an issue for the puts. It's not typically a good sign for the shorts if the dollar's making new lows. Qs are still grinding here. S&P still strong. All sectors still green. Even the XLK just went green. But you're now seeing Microsoft starting to come in a touch. Apple's still trying to curl at 183.50. Nvidia's at 894. Tesla at 172.85. Amazon just under 190. Bitcoin approaching 62K. Again, Dixie new lows. You have Microsoft seeing some more sell side in this range. Qs are up 0.2, Russell SPY's up 0.4, Russell's up 0.68. Natural gas, a really big bounce in nat gas. Really sizable bounce in nat gas. How's crude oil doing? Crude oil is trading at 79. It also had a sizable bounce, still trying to hold positive gains at the moment. Qs are starting to come down a touch. Nice decline in the Qs coming into play. Come on, Qs, take it down, take it down. I still think that there's a bit more downside. Some more profit taking should be observed. We are trying to get bought right back up. Microsoft still losing 412 at the moment. Google starting to see some sellers. Tesla again looking bearish. Qs are still coming down a touch. We're basically just slightly green on our QQQ 440 put. Tesla new low of day. Meta is trying to go for a new high of day. QQQ is trying to see more buy the dippers coming in. Nat gas still trying to catch a really sizable bounce. S&P SPY's trading at 519.24. Your EMA 113 on the QQQ 1 minute chart is sitting at this 440.36. We haven't really tested that all day, really since we broke out here, and it's now in a higher position. Oil's taking a bit of a breather, nat gas still pushing, XOM is strong. Members, I just took profits on plug. Qs are now coming down a touch more. You're seeing weakness creeping into Google, Tesla, Apple. A little touch lower on the Qs. Let's see if we can break down and make a little bit of a lower low. Qs are starting to come down a touch, guys, more. Our 440 put is starting to work, and we're basically just break even. So we're still waiting on that 440 put. CVS is trying to catch a bid. Dollar's trying to hit a double bottom here. I'm going to step away soon, guys, but I just want to see if we can get a small little flush on the Qs to take us basically back into the money. As of now, the Qs are still holding steady. I am seeing some sellers coming back into Tesla, new low of day. NVDA is seeing some selling. Top wicks on Apple. Microsoft still holding steady. Meta is still holding firm. Still a bit of a bear flag on NVIDIA. NVIDIA really didn't fulfill my downside target. I had a move of 875 on NVIDIA today. And if NVIDIA starts to lose that 7-day, I mean, things could get pretty bearish for the semis and the Qs. More sell side coming into the QQQ here. Qs are still coming down. Let's see if this 440 put can pay us. We're up about a few pennies now per con. So we're starting to see it fall here. Tesla new low. NVIDIA seeing some harder selling at the moment. Come on, Qs. Give us the breakdown. All right, so markets are being defended at 441 on the Qs. Nat gas still just trading at 240. Still holding KOLD. Big bounce in the QQQ indices there. Potential for a head and shoulders on the Qs to be setting up here. Again, obviously you're still creating higher highs, which is the strong aspect of the Qs. So if this turns into a little bit of a neckline and the Qs give it up, as of now they're looking strong. S&P still pressing. NVIDIA, Apple making a really big push. Meta new high of day. So if we break this little neckline, then you have a little micro head and shoulders on the 1-minute QQQ chart. Takes you back down to about 440.25. Other than that, next resistance is 441.60. Obviously, the S&P upside target has not been achieved yet. 519.80 is the upside, but dollars at double bottom. Qs are still ramping. Amazon new high. Meta pushing. Google now pushing. Apple pushing. Tesla's trying to bottom here. NVIDIA seeing some more buyers. Stand up, dude. All right, so nat gas still just consolidating. Qs are still just consolidating. Again, the Dixie is at double bottom, guys. The Dixie is at double bottom, so we just need to be mindful of that. It is trying to hold and bounce off this double bottom zone. So a bit of a W pattern. That typically does result in bullish price action in the dollar market, so we'll watch that closely. As of now, NASDAQ stocks are still trying to firm up. Google still pushing, Apple pushing, Microsoft coming in a touch. Amazon still grinding higher. Nat gas again, still seeing a bit of sell side. Still holding long off this 58.44 zone via KOLD. NVIDIA right now still down 1.17. AMD, SMCI, Tesla, AVGO. As long as the SOXX stays negative, there's still a chance that these indices could see some downside. Semiconductors typically will lead this market higher and lower, and right now we are still seeing semis weak across the board. But ARM has had a beautiful recovery. It went green. Now it's slightly negative again. But S&P is strong. All sectors are green except for XLK. Microsoft chills trading at 412. Apple's trying to push higher here. NVIDIA is still a potential bear flag on the NVIDIA chart. It is trying to firm up here on a 10-minute basis. Meta is still strong. A little bit more of a decline. Down about 3 cents right now on those QQQ 440 puts. Microsoft starting to lose some momentum here, guys. Here comes a head and shoulders neckline test. Again, you break this little zone and you should have a flush down to about 440.30. Nat gas coming down some more. That's good to see. Whoa, guys, I apologize about CGC. Anyone that's still in that, look at that spike. Wow, you just got paid. I sold mine though, so I did not. QQQ now testing a neckline breakdown. QQQ testing a little bit of a head and shoulders breakdown. And this is coming on the back of the dollar being at double bottom. Putting in a nice W pattern. Let's see if it wants to give it up at all. The European market is coming to a close here as well. Come on, Qs, break it down. Dollar's still trying to press. Canopy's surging here. NVIDIA curling down. Meta seeing a little bit of selling. Nothing crazy yet. Big bounce off the neckline on the Qs, so support being defended at the moment. Dixie still trying to press. The S&P still strong. Amazon, Meta going for new highs on the session. Apple's starting to curl down now. So Apple, NVIDIA weakening a bit. Tesla looks like it's going to make a new low. Meta, Amazon still firm. Bitcoin retesting 62K. Bitcoin's now at 62K and printing. The Russell 2000 is actually coming down a touch here. The Russell is seeing a little bit more sell side pressure. Qs are still just trading in a bit of a sideways range. Still trying to hold this breakout zone. Amazon still looking strong. Google looking strong. Microsoft at the moment still trying to press a little bit higher. Apple curling down a touch here. Bitcoin's pumping. MicroStrategy's up 4%. Coin, Mara going green on the session. Qs are still trying to push. NVIDIA is now looking stronger. At the moment, that's trying to push. No head and shoulders has been triggered yet. Support off of the neckline was defended on the Qs, and they are trying to rip it back up. Now, this is where these puts could go against us in a harsh way, with NVIDIA firming up, Microsoft trying to press, Google, Meta at the highs. If we take out that high of day on the Qs, guys, I will exit these puts for a loss. I repeat, I will exit these puts. If we take out that high of day, which we are approaching it right now, I may have to take a loss on these Qs. But a big surge in the NASDAQ. Really sizable push in the NASDAQ here. What's interesting is the Russell really isn't rallying with the NASDAQ at this point. This is just a QQQ rally through the back of NVIDIA. Bit of a double top being tagged in the QQQ right now. If you want to add, this is the area to add a double top, but again, it's risky. Could easily push all the way up to 441.75 on the Qs. Still holding nat gas. Alright, Qs are pushing. New high of day on the Qs, guys. New high of day on the Qs. No close yet. No close above it. Let's just see if that was a little bit of a wick liquidity grab. Right now it's still looking strong to push higher. That head and shoulders has now been negated with that high push. So we are seeing the QQQ continuing to grind here. I'm still holding my 440 put, but I'm down 12 cents. NVIDIA is still surging. Apple's pushing. Amazon, Meta coming in though. Alright guys, I'm going to add to my put here at 34 cents. It's a high risk add because we are trying to break through it. And we are pushing even through it now. My average is now 40 cents on the QQQ puts, so I'm still down on the trade. But again, higher highs on the Qs. This is a tough market to short right now. It's a really tough one to short. Qs are still pushing. Nat gas still just holding this 240 range with sheer power. Again, my average now on the QQQ 440 is at 40 cents. I did add at the high there. A little bit of a 1 minute bearish engulfing candle coming into the Qs. So we're down about 3 cents now on the QQQ 440 put with that last add that we did. Nat gas still holding steady. I'm seeing Google, Meta trying to come in a touch. Apple curling down a bit. NVDA still trying to break above 895, 896. NVIDIA is actually into some resistance here, but if it keeps pushing, I mean, it's going to try to go green on the session. This is where NVIDIA should start to sell off. And if it doesn't sell off, then it's going to try to make a bullish push. Nat gas still coming down. We're still holding KOLD, guys. We're still holding KOLD. Intel's been faded. Russell's coming down. So what's interesting is the Qs are pushing here still and grinding, but the Russell's actually faded quite sharply here. That's quite interesting to see. Nat gas again still coming in. We're still holding KOLD off of this 58.44 zone, guys. A little bit of an inverse head and shoulders on KOLD trying to form. You are testing a breakout right now. This inverse head and shoulders is fairly sizable. Look at this. If you break out of this neckline, it actually gives us an upside target of 61 bucks, give or take a few pennies. But KOLD, the bear nat gas ETF, looking to push higher here. Qs are still pushing. Amazon new high of day, Google new high, Apple's going for a new high. NVIDIA still lagging at 895. Meta's coming down a touch. But strength in Microsoft, Apple, Amazon, Google. Not good for our QQQ put. Qs are at 441.50. Dollar yields kind of just muted at this point. Russell 2000 is actually being faded a little bit. Still have the S&P outperforming the Qs. Russell's outperforming the S&P. So your small caps are leading the charge today. Mullen heading for a low of day, thinking about a lotto play on Mullen. Yeah, I traded that one yesterday. We traded a little bit today. I lost a little bit today on Mullen. Stopped out around 713. But it could be a little bit of a lotto play on Mullen if you want to try to bottom pick it there. Just use the appropriate share size because it is a fast moving high flyer, kind of a crappy company. You don't really want to get stuck with common shares for too long in that name because they just tend to dilute it. With shelf offerings, the Russell's still coming in more, guys. So small caps are being faded still. Alright guys, this QQQ put is not really working out right now. Let's see if we get a little bit of a flush here in the noon time frame. It's 11:35 at the moment. And QQQ is still trending. Bitcoin's had a stellar move back to 62. QQQ still grinding here. Just consolidating. Sideways here. Dixie's at 105.29 down 0.19%. What's interesting, you have the UVXY and VIX are slightly green today. Seeing, even with the strength and positivity in the market, you're still seeing a little bit of downside protection being bought today and accumulated. So that's certainly slightly interesting from my point of view, that the VIX is slightly green. Seeing some downward pressure. Again, the dollar again has a W pattern trying to potentially firm up and break out here. can see Nat Gas, our KOLD position, we're still green on that name, but definitely looking for a little bit more. Alright, QQQ is starting to come down now. There goes a bigger decline in Nat Gas, a nice little spike in KOLD. Nice spike in KOLD, guys. It's a good decline in Nat Gas. Imagine Nat Gas goes negative today. That would be pretty awesome for us. Dollar's trying to firm up here. I'm seeing NVIDIA weakening a touch. Apple, Microsoft still strong. Meta curling down. Tesla's going for a new low of day. Here comes a bit of a decline into the Qs. I am going to step away for a bit, guys, but I just want to try to get out of these puts before. Still seeing a downward move potential. Bit of a failed breakout potential. You got that 1 minute close breakout of the high of day. Rejection off that 1 minute engulfing, reattempt at trying to get above there, more sellers impeded it lower. So this is telling us that sellers have exhausted this near-term area. Buyers are slightly being exhausted here. Let's see if we break this area. Again, I'm still looking for a move lower in the market. I still think NVIDIA can retest 875 today. I think Microsoft can retest 411. Meta could probably retest 472. Apple, that one's kind of diverging. That one can stay strong pretty much all day. We're down about 1 cent on our contracts now. My average is sitting at 40 cents on the 440 put. So let's see if we get any more flush on the Qs. Come on. Breaking this key trend line. Still trying to hang on to the support zone on the QQQ. Pretty funny. Dollar again is trying to firm up a little bit here. So the Dixie, again, trying to break out of this little flag pattern. Bit of a double bottom. That's why the equity markets are coming in a touch here. Yes, we look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA's kind of been forming this little bit of a bear flag on the 10-minute chart. And NVIDIA does have this little bearish pattern that it triggered. This downward head and shoulders break of this wedge pattern, does give NVIDIA a downside target of about 867. Whether or not that happens today, it could. It absolutely could happen today. Certainly a possibility. Dollar's trying to firm up. ARM is being sold into a little bit here. You have Microsoft retesting 412. QQQ are basically now up 1 penny on the 440, and we still have a whole $1.08 to go before that strike zone comes into effect. I still think 440 can get in the money, but whether or not I'm going to hold for the 440 drop, the full drop, is yet to be determined. I'm just looking at things here and want to see how the dollar reacts in this zone, if it can try to push higher. S&P still coming down a touch. The Russell's trying to find a little bit of buying support. Come on, NVIDIA, break it down. Lead the semis down. Apple still grinding. Microsoft losing 412. Google coming in. Hard dump on Meta. Tesla almost at the low of day. Here comes the break in the Qs, guys. So contracts are now starting to print. We're up 6 cents now. We're up 6 cents. I'm still riding them for more. I think this breakdown should yield a little bit more downside in the near term. Nice little move down coming into the picture. Come on, Qs, give it up. Again, the S&P could even retest all the way to the 518 level. Its previous little breakout zone on the S&P. We've had an hourly chart breakout in the markets on the S&P. We'll see if this becomes a failed breakout. Market makers love to rope in liquidity on hourly chart breakouts. No confirmation has been observed yet, and then they like to rip it back down. So we'll see if this becomes a sustained breakout or if this is just a liquidity grab. Again, you still have Apple strong, Microsoft green, Google green. Bitcoin's trying to make another move higher. QQQ still trying to come down. There we go, guys. We are getting a nice little break. We're getting a nice little break. I'm still in. I'm still riding these puts. Here we go. Here we go, guys. Let's see if we can get a flush. EMA 113. There will be some support there sitting at 440.70. We're up about 7 cents right now in the cons, but I'm still riding it. I'm looking for a bit more to the downside. The Dixie's trying to break out. You have NVIDIA rolling over a touch. Come on. Come on. Give it up, Qs. Give it up. Give it up. Fall a little bit more. NVIDIA. Come on, NVIDIA. If NVIDIA loses this 888 level, it's going to likely test 875 and maybe even its downside target of 867. Come on, Qs. Give it up. Let's see if they flush it here. Nat gas still trading at 239. Again, we're still holding KOLD in the money. QQQ puts are also in the money. We took profits on Canopy, took profits on Intel. Members, we took profits on Humana, CPK, Plug Power. So we've taken quite a bit of trades today off of the table. S&P, Qs are still seeing a little bit of selling. Tesla's trying to firm up, but you have NVIDIA looking heavy, Microsoft coming in, top wicks forming on Apple, dollars trying to press a little bit higher here in the near term. So you have the scenario where the Dixie is trying to break out of a little range here, and that's what the market is kind of anticipating, what appears to be. Again, NVIDIA coming down a touch. Come on, Qs, keep falling. Give us another dump. They're trying to find some buyers here. S&P still coming down a touch. Qs are getting a bounce off of 440.95. Microsoft still coming down a touch. Qs are bouncing here again. It's now approaching 11:46, almost at noon time frame. Again, downside target 1 on the Qs is 440.32. But it could even go lower based off of a potential failed breakout. Look at the Qs getting sold into there. That's beautiful to see. Give us a nice little flush off this candle. This is where they could flush it. Excuse me. Excuse me. Whoa. Come on, Qs. Break it down. Chop it down. Look at that candle down, guys. We're up nicely on the trade. EMA 113, sorry, 113 is being tagged right now. EMA 113 is being tagged right now. We could still see a bigger move down in the Qs. Look at this move, guys. We're up 15 cents per contract here. Beautiful down move. Guys, I just trimmed a little bit of profit there. I just trimmed a bit of profit there on the Qs. Still riding the majority of the cons, but I did trim a bit of profit there. At 58 cents, beautiful, beautiful down move. What a dump there, guys. Wonderful, wonderful trading there, guys. If you're able to catch that, beautiful, beautiful little trade there, guys. We caught a 42% gain off of that first half there. Still think that there's going to be a 3-bar surge on the 1 minute into this area, but I did trim a bunch of profits there. And now I'm going to put a break even at 40 cents just in case, but I sold the majority at 55 cents a con, netting 15 cents. Beautiful trade there on the put side. Starbucks moving up. We can take a peek at Starbucks. That was a stellar little move. Let's look at Starbucks. Again, look at this KOLD, guys. Yeah, Starbucks, beautiful move off the lows, up 2.33% today. Look at KOLD printing for us, guys. Look at this go. This is turning into a stellar session here, guys. A stellar, stellar session. All right, guys, I'm actually seeing a couple things here. Actually, and again, break even stop loss on that other half of the Q. So I don't let those QQQ puts go against you. Again, the average on my cons are sitting at 40 cents. All of you should have had the opportunity to likely get an even better entry than I did. So I made 40%, but some of you probably could have made easily 70, 80, 90, 100% on those puts because you could have got better entry than I did. But overall, I am out of the QQQ puts, still holding this KOLD because it's triggered an inverse. I'm not selling here. This was profit target 1. If you want to trim a bit on KOLD, that's probably prudent risk management, but I'm still holding because I think nat gas, just based off of what I'm seeing and the inverse head and shoulders, this could push all the way up to 61. Nat gas, believe it or not, could actually go red today. Don't be surprised if nat gas has a massive technical failure and goes red. That's certainly a scenario that we can observe. All right, guys, since it's been a stellar session here and we're out of our put trade, I'm going to take a bit of a lunch break here. I'll hop back on for the afternoon session. I will be able to trade in the afternoon today. I had a little bit of an emergency with a family member yesterday, which is why I walked away from the stream and didn't come back. But all is okay. And it's been a stellar session for us here in the live day trade room. So congrats if you've been able to profit with us. Please do yourself a favor. Check out my website at tradingcapital.ca. Hit that like button. Hit that share. We're on here producing consistent day after day trades, giving you market insights. And it feels good to try to make money here every day with you guys. It's been a terrific group that we're starting to accumulate here. I just want to say thank you all for tuning in again. You know, the group that we've been discussing here between Laura, Bart, Briston, Ram, Chris, you know, mindfulness, meditation, Tom, there's a whole bunch of you regulars, Gabriel, there's a whole bunch of you that keep tuning in and we keep coming up with collective ideas to put ourselves in the money. All right, guys, QQQ, look at those contracts, guys. They are printing. I just closed the full position there, guys. I closed the full QQQ put position. I'm all out. Contracts were sold at 63 cents. Beautiful move. All right, on that note, again, take care, everybody, and we'll see you a little bit in the afternoon. Just a heads up, guys, that Dixie chart is breaking out. Look at this move. Inverse head and shoulders has been observed on the Dixie. Look at that little technical breakout. That is a thing of beauty. That is a thing of beauty, guys. Look at that. That's ripping. Wow. And look at nat gas coming in, guys. What a stellar drop in nat gas. Stellar, stellar drop. All right, guys. We'll see you a bit in the afternoon. Hey guys, just jumping back here. The bond auction just transpired, and basically we're seeing yields softening, the dollar softening. So it does look like this market can stage a bit of a potential relief bounce here and rally. So just be aware of that. If the QQQ stays below, I'm just looking here. Let's look at this 10-minute chart. If the QQQ can get back above this downsloping trend line, so really this 441 level, 441.10, if we can hold there, QQQ does look like it wants to potentially press a little bit higher in the near term. You're seeing the dollar really breaking down here. So if we look at the Dixie, that's starting to come down. That's losing quite a bit of steam. So it does appear that the markets may want to stage a bit of a potential rally here in the near term, which obviously could be a pretty strong one at that, because you have semis still weak across the board. NVDA down 1%. Imagine NVIDIA goes down green. That could really lift the Qs. S&P is trading almost at 519.50. So it is trying to push up here. So we are starting to see the markets potentially trying to push a little bit more. Still holding that nat gas KOLD short. That one's still working out well. Still have an upside target today. That could happen around 61. And that's tied to your nat gas play. If we look at NVIDIA, NVIDIA's one that's been kind of lagging on the market, but it is trying to form a bit of a retest of potentially this upper 900 range. And that could be beneficial for the Qs and the semiconductors if that turns out to be the case. Oil right now is still softening. So right now the 10-year yield is down about 0.5%. The 10-year yield is down about 0.5% at the moment. Dollar's trying to stage a bit of a relief bounce here. Alright guys, I do think the QQQ is setting up for potentially a little bit of a rally here. Again, we're trying to break out of this range. We are trying to break out of this range, it appears. We'll have some resistance pivots all the way up here at the 441, 50, 442 area. The bond auction did go fairly well. You are seeing the equities trying to climb off of that auction. The dollar took an initial dump down. Again, the dollar has been weak for pretty much the bulk of the session. Qs are now starting to climb a touch. Still struggling here with a little bit of selling. The S&P is pushing. It's really going to have NVIDIA. Amazon's looking very, very strong at the moment. We are starting to see the markets again trying to get through this resistance. Dollars making some more sell side pressure. Qs are coming in a touch. Qs are still trying. S&P is making new highs right now on the 10-minute chart. So really it's the Nasdaq that's lagging here. Decent decline now in the Qs. Some massive sell side pressure coming into the picture. So sell side in Apple, NVDA now coming in. No breakout yet on the Qs. Indices are still green across the board. Dollar's trying to catch a little bit of a bid here. Nat gas trying to move up as well. NVIDIA obviously running into some bit of sellers. QQQ backtesting support yet again. Still putting in higher lows, higher highs on the Qs today. But there's definitely some resistance in the market here. Whether or not we see a squeeze through it late into the session, or if we keep getting rejected here and we just chop in no man's land. Either way, I mean, there's still some pockets of strength in this market with every sector green. XLK is the only lag. So with every sector green, there's still a potential chance, especially when you look at the volume profile of this market. Extremely light volume in the Nasdaq today, as well as the S&P. So things can definitely push up, but simultaneously, if you sell off on light volumes, that's not a positive sign. So right now we'll have to watch and see if the Qs want to build off of this area and try to push. The S&P is certainly looking like the more relatively strong indice at the moment. Look at that. And again, that upside inverse head and shoulders target has pretty much almost played out to a T. Again, the 10-year yield is now falling. It's down 0.6%. 0.6%. VIX is still technically green on the session. NVIDIA down 1.1. AMD down half. SMCI down 2. Tesla down 0.8. AVGO down 1. SOX ETF is down 0.05. Bitcoin's up 1.29. Nat gas is up 3.77 on the session. Guys, I think I'm going to do a lotto trade here. QQQ 442 call filled at 32 cents. QQQ tried attempting to break out there, but obviously saw some more sellers. It did briefly make a new high. So, I mean, you're still technically showing bullish strength today. New high on the Qs being observed. NVIDIA seeing a little bit of sell side. Still have the S&P trying here. I know it's dead. Someone poked WBA with a stick. That thing is just, ugh, I know. Not really doing much recently. Not doing much at all. As of now, Microsoft and Apple are making a really big push. Google as well. Tesla's firming up. It's NVIDIA that's selling. So it just shows you how much NVIDIA can keep a lid on the Qs if it affects that semiconductors. But Apple and Microsoft certainly looking strong right now, which is interesting, and it's why you're also seeing a bit of more relative strength in the SPY right now. But there's a lot of buy pressure in the S&P. It's just some NASDAQ components are lagging, which is keeping a lid on things in the near term. QQQ coming down a touch now. The dollar's also softening. Canopy growth still up 9.5%. INSP I mentioned 2 days ago is breaking out. Daily ATR is 3.83. Last 10 days average is $10. Traded 139. Okay, let's look at INSP briefly, and then mindfulness meditation saying inverted head and shoulders on KOLD 5 minute. Yep, I see that too. I do see the inverse head and shoulders. BART, Adobe lost $10. Yeah, Adobe trading at 483. Definitely a decent sized pullback in this range. Still looks constructive to move higher. You could just be now forming a inverted head and shoulders on the Adobe chart. So there's definitely potential for Adobe to continue to move higher here. Let's look at INSP. Qs are coming in now. Decent pullback coming into the Qs here, guys. NVIDIA seeing some more sell side. Meta's seeing some selling pressure. So as of now, the Qs are falling. Yeah, this INSP is still just in its gap down range. Still, in my opinion, needs a little bit more time to work. NVIDIA is still weakening here, but Microsoft, Apple still trying to press. Bitcoin starting to see some sellers. Same thing with Ethereum. Adobe sitting on its hourly chart EMA 113 off of a nice 6-hour consecutive sell. So that's hitting some support. ARM is continuing to try to move up. Bigger sell coming into NVIDIA, guys. So NVIDIA is really hurting things here. Decent size sell in NVDA. Can see the market really struggles as that name comes under pressure. Significant pressure. Amazon's now curling down. QQQ trying to hold a little bit of support here off of the 441 zone. Dixie's still off of the lows. Nat gas trading at 239. Oil at 78.80. 10-year yield is down 0.6%. So it has declined off of that auction. So if the Qs try to lose this little level here, could see a move down to 440.70. But a reversal off that zone. There is some support there, but a lot of volatility in this region. Apple had a big spike. There might be news on Apple, guys. Apple had a really big spike there, but NVIDIA's dropping. So there's some news in the market that I think is occurring. All right, big dump in the indices. That was a really big dump, guys. I just closed those calls because this is news-based headline. Market's going down here. Huge decline there in the indices. Heavy volume on that sell-off there, guys. Heavy volume on that sell-off. Getting a nice bounce now. Was that a little bit of a fake liquidity grab before they push it higher? We'll find out. Qs are now trying to push up. Dollar really didn't spike. Yields didn't spike. That just seemed, yields actually went a little bit lower off that. There was news that seemed to be on Apple. Apple spiked, had initial sell-off. NVIDIA dropped. Apple is they're using their own chips to power AI features in the 2024. So it was a bit of a news dump. Did hit the markets fairly well. Look at Apple. Initial spike off the news and then a dump. And let's see if the market resumes its bullish uptrend. Remember, the market has been trending to the upside all day, except for this little breakdown that just occurred. NVIDIA is still trying to catch a bit off the lows. Same thing with Apple. Apple's seeing some buyers. Microsoft hitting some 5-minute EMA 113 support. That was a pretty rough candle in the markets. World War III AI competition for NVIDIA coming into view. Yeah, potentially. That could be potentially a narrative shift in the market. Apple's trying to push. NVIDIA's seeing more selling. So it's really NVIDIA that's struggling here on the news. NVIDIA is down about 1.62%. This is an area the bulls really don't want to lose on the session because it could be a potential lower high in place in the market. Dixie's still soft. Yields are still soft. Apple's trying to press. It's really going to come down to whether NVIDIA holds a bounce. Apple's pushing higher here, now up 0.85%. QQQ, let's see if it wants to put in potentially another high of day, or if it gets rejected off this neckline. I still think it has the ability to move up if it recaptures this trend. Again, you're seeing NVIDIA, seeing some buyers stepping in. Apple's trying to push. A lot of volume coming in. Apple's pushing, NVIDIA's pushing, so we are seeing a bit of a sizable rally coming back into things here. Alright, markets are almost at 441 right now. Qs are still trying to make a push. Apple's still pushing off of its news. NVIDIA's trying to firm up. Look at the strength coming back into Apple here off of that AI news. Does appear the Qs want to keep trending here a bit. We're seeing Microsoft now participating. QQQ almost at 441. This could turn into a vicious rally here if NVIDIA keeps trending. Apple's pushing, Microsoft's now pushing, Meta continuing. So, I mean, the Qs are only up 0.23%, and they've lagged the S&P and the Russell pretty much all day. Huge push in the markets coming in, guys. Volume starting to increase. Alright guys, we're seeing a bit of a decline here late into the close. Markets are just chopping actually in a sideways range. NVDA is seeing some heavy downward pressure at the moment. QQQ is back testing this key trend line where it broke once. You can see there's a whole confluence of moving averages there. Apple right now is catching a really big bid, looking to test 185 potentially. So it seems that Apple's the strong horse as of now. So completely pretty much inverse chart of Apple and NVIDIA right now. Apple seems to be putting in more of a bottoming formation at these levels, whereas NVIDIA is putting in more of a bit of a topping formation ahead of earnings. Obviously it's still above that key neckline breakout zone, but definitely looking a little bit more vulnerable intraday on the 10-minute hourly chart. So this is definitely a bear flag on NVIDIA, and it's also triggered that wedge pattern head and shoulders breakdown, which gives us a downside target of 867. My downside target for the day was at 875, so we still have 2 hours left in trading where we could see NVIDIA fall. Apple's really continuing to grind higher here. The Dixie's trying to push up here. Yeah, there's a sea of green on board right now. But the problem with the Qs here is obviously, we've had our rally, put in our high, sold off, bounced, created a lower high, consolidation, another lower high, and now we're selling off. So there's a bit of lower highs in place that could take us down here. NVIDIA is looking exceptionally weak right now. Microsoft coming in. So QQQ is at a pretty important inflection point. Again, if we start to lose this trend line, then I think we're going to test to actually break this low pivot. And you can see there is a bit of a head and shoulders on the 10-minute chart here on the Qs. We'll go to the 5-minute chart of the Qs. You can even see a little bit of a head and shoulders pattern developing here. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder. Again, if this is a lower high, this pattern could trigger to the downside. There's certainly still support in this region. S&P is still strong, Russell's still strong, sectors are still strong. So the bullish trend, you want to give it the benefit of the doubt, but again, we start losing this trend line, you're going to test this low again. And NVIDIA is kind of forming a bit of a bearish pattern at the moment. But Apple remains bullish. Meta's consolidating. Dixie's trying to bounce off the lows. Why is there no real momentum in the Russell? The IWM right now, it's just been chopping sideways, right? Chopping sideways. Let's look at the IWM here. And the reason that the Russell's struggling in this region and there's not really momentum is because this is where you broke down. This is where you lost the 20-day moving average off of a bearish gap down and then had your harsh selling. So there's a lot. This is where you had your bearish breakdown, which is why the Russell's struggling in this vicinity. And again, does this turn into be a head and shoulders? Left shoulder, head, right shoulder. Obviously, you're still trading above the neckline. QQQ coming back down again. And again, the weakness is being observed in Microsoft and NVDA. Dixie is catching a decent spike here off the lows. You can see the Dixie is making another little move off of double bottom again. There goes the Qs. Let's see where the sell side is coming from. Look at NVIDIA fall here. If that head and shoulders triggers, which were on the near-term cusp, it gives us a downside of about 438.70 on the Qs. You do have the Russell starting to come in a touch here. Bitcoin still acting well. Crypto still acting well. NVIDIA is being defended here, so are the Qs. Oil's being slightly faded. Nat gas still trading at that 239 resistance zone. That's been kind of a brick wall for nat gas. Apple still holding near the highs. Amazon curling down. Alright guys, it's pretty quiet right now. I'm just going to take a little bit of a sunshine break. Since the sun is shining, things are looking green and beautiful and bright out there. And step away from the screen. It's now just approaching 2 o'clock. I'll try to step back in for power hour session, which is at 3, so I'll call it maybe 3:15. I'll do a little bit of an update, and if the market's slow and choppy in a range, then we'll probably call it an early day. But as of now, really the Qs are kind of just struggling in this range, and they could start to break down and trigger a bit of a bearish formation, especially if this turns into a lower low. If you take out this low, that's not a good sign for the market, and it does open up this head and shoulders. Hey guys, welcome back. Just getting back into the swing of things here into the final 25 minutes. UNG finishing the day strong. One more push higher tomorrow. Yeah, UNG is finishing the day strong. Natural gas has had a pretty decent move today. Obviously, UNG is up 5.96% on the session. If we look at nat gas itself, clear, strong price action. And it is grinding and floating into the highs of the session. NVDA was weak. It broke that bear flag, sending the QQQ a little bit lower today off of the highs, but realistically speaking, it's been a chop fest in the market today. We've gone everywhere but nowhere in the Nasdaq today. A little bit higher on the session. There's some individual names that have performed better. Valero's made a move. XOM has made a beautiful move. You look at oil. Oil's made a stunning, beautiful continuation move, up another 0.5% today. Intel's finally catching a bit off the lows. So QQQ getting a decent bounce here yet again, keeping us really stuck in a range, tight range on the session. I think nat gas is a little extended here. I mean, it could easily push up tomorrow for sure, but actually I shouldn't say easily. This is certainly a move that if we erase everything on the nat gas chart, we're into a heavy 382 resistance right now. And the standard deviation move just on one of the it's almost a 3 standard. Let me just double check that, what type of a deviation that is. Qs are making a solid move here into the close. Still have weakness in the semiconductors with the SOXS green. Plug power up 10. Crypto's catching a decent bid here. Bitcoin, Solana, the Russell 2000. Obviously, we were talking about the lack of volatility in the Russell, and then all of a sudden we saw the Russell push and break out into the end of the session. So nice little continuation move on the Russell 2000 today. So nat gas closing strong. You look at KOLD. I'm still going to hold my KOLD. Into the close. The Russell's getting a strong push into the close here. Again, you still have Bitcoin performing well. The semiconductors are seeing the downward pressure in the market. Dixie's continuing to make lower lows on the session. So, I mean, what's interesting is you've actually had the market weaken here on the back of a Dixie also weakening, and yields weakening, and the VIX weakening. So There's aspects of the market that have performed well, obviously energy. Pretty big breakdown in the QQQ. So it's definitely semiconductors saw a pretty sizable decline there. And this head and shoulders has triggered on the QQQ NASDAQ chart. So there is a little bit of a head and shoulders pattern on watch. Really the downside target is a move down to 438.66. Downside 438.66. VIX died, rest in peace. Yeah, the VIX did die. Just ever so slightly. So oil also closing the day strong at the moment. The Russell closing the day strong. QQQ trying to bounce. S&P's up 0.5%. Pretty big discrepancy between the S&P and the Qs today and the Russell. Russell almost up 1%. Dixie falling to the lows, 105.21. And you have the QQQ NASDAQ under pressure today. Sell side pressure from Tesla, that's negative. Semiconductors, Microsoft's green, Apple's up 1. Meta down 0.5%. ARM has made a nice bullish recovery. It's only down 1.73%. Alright, so Amazon's getting sold into the close here. Qs are looking a little bit vulnerable here. I mean, they've been bouncing off this 10-minute EMA 113, sorry, this 5-minute EMA 113 for once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, now the 5th time. So market participants like that support intraday. That's been a one that's worked quite successfully. Beautiful move in XOM today. Energy stocks catching a really sizable bid. I'm pleased to see that. Robinhood got reversed into, AMC got reversed into. Again, what's interesting is today you've had the whole market green across the board. Every sector, every XLK sectors, every XL sector is green except for XLK. The only weakness is being observed in technology. Could see the Qs flush here into the close. That would not shock me. Again, you're continuing to make lower lows in the Qs. Still trying to hold this 5-minute support. You officially tagged it there, but we could see an area where we drop through that zone. Again, this market sell-off has really been happening on the back of the dollar getting weaker and weaker throughout the day, as well as yields getting weaker. So the QQQ has not been performing. There's a big divergence between the Qs and the S&P. Obviously, if the Nasdaq starts to sell, it hurts everything. NVIDIA seeing more weakness here into the close. Down 2%. SMCI, Tesla's pretty much at the lows, down 1.8%. Trying to find a little bit of a bottom and support again off that 5-minute EMA. Valero's doing well today. That's seeing a bit of a buyer's bid off of its pattern. Interesting. Interesting to see EQT lagging kind of today, especially with nat gas that strong. Very surprised to see EQT lagging. All right, we're still in this range. NVIDIA still looks like it wants to come lower. Apple's trying to push higher. Microsoft curling down. Meta is trying to curl down. Dixie's trying to get a little bit of a bid here. Nat gas, touch of selling at the almost the double top zone here, but again, this is over a 2.5 standard deviation move on nat gas on the daily chart, so it should stop here. Kind of gap up always and squeeze. You know, these levered ETFs are notorious for creating moves to happen outside of their volatility range because of the excess leverage. So, but I'm holding my KOLD short overnight. Final 13 minutes. Amazon seeing some more selling. Apple buying. Microsoft selling. NVIDIA trying to catch a little bit of a buyer's bid. QQQ still coming in a touch. Retail today strong. XRT up 1.7. You have copper surging yet again. I mean, copper's just been a one-way freight train to the upside, also pressing the inflationary narrative. You know, copper shouldn't be underlooked, especially with the amount of electricity that we continue to use and are forecasted to use in the future. So ten-minute chart of the Nasdaq is still looking quite bearish. Would not be surprised if they try to sell this off into the close, but you are seeing NVIDIA trying to bottom here on volume. Let's see if the Nasdaq wants to make another little lower low here. It's pretty light volume in this region, which tells me on the 1-minute chart that, you know what, if we break this on light volume, it's not a good sign. Light volume does typically favor buying pressure to come in and save the day, but not really liking the price action in the Nasdaq right now. Microsoft looking heavy. Amazon looking quite heavy. Big bounce there. You see, that's what I mean. The light volume, you get these candles all of a sudden that just, whew, straight rip to the upside. And that's the light volume. Humana did well today. WBA lagging, but a massive move on Humana. Biogen's still holding up okay. CPK, nice move on CPK today. CVS is an interesting one. I'm still watching. Potentially looking for a long entry on CVS. Intel's moving up off of the lows here. Trying to form a little bit of a bullish pattern in the near term. Big squeeze into the close here. Big squeeze. Nasdaq is trying to continue to make a move here. Again, oil above 79, so now we need to watch to see what type of price action happens in oil. Nat gas surging, not a good sign for energy. Look at oil making a bullish reversal. If oil starts to look to recapture 80, guys, that's going to be a short-term problem again. You get to 8, you get through this EMA 113 on the daily, oil's going to retest this $81 level. Massive surge. Let's look at the futures chart of nat gas. Yeah, obviously everyone on nat gas is eyeing up this gap fill. It's not going to be a one-way train into that level. Certainly will not be. And you also see materials outperforming today, energy, so XLB, real estate today, XLRE seeing some outperformance. Nice bounce in Microsoft into the close here. Google's pressing into the close a bit. Coinbase and Mara have gone negative, but Bitcoin is still up 2%. MicroStrategy is still pushing here into the Lots of volatility here in the Qs into the close. They are seeing a little bit of sell side. Dixie's still weak. Amazon's really weakening here. Final 5 minutes. Again, semiconductor weakness, because there's such a heavy sector in the S&P and the Qs. It's always concerning when you have semiconductor weakness, and that's what we have today. You know, you have strength pretty much everything in everything else, but semiconductors are seeing weakness. Qs are seeing more selling. Have you checked GME? Let's take a look at GME real quick. Wow. 13.82%. Massive move. Short squeeze on watch for GME. If it can get above this wedge pattern, that's a bullish reversal. That's a strong reversal. It's kind of a scary one right now. Yeah, you are breaking out. I mean, that's an upside target of 20 bucks. That's what I was looking at before, but this one looks like it's going to be poised to make a bit of a run. Wow. Sneaky, sneaky. Very powerful move. Laura C saying, gotta thank you. I took NEE with your day trade last week, still holding half. Beautiful. Wow. Look at that monster. Yep. Utility outperformance, right? XLU has been a beast. XLU's been a beast. But honestly, like, what's typically scary, guys, is if you look at the history of XLU utilities outperforming the S&P and the NASDAQ, that typically means we're in a bearish phase, a distributive phase. So when you see utilities outperform, generally that signals often, it's not always, but often there is a potential market sell-off that could be looming. You know, a little bit of a deeper sell-off. So utilities always are a bit more defensive in nature. And yes, they've been outperforming because interest rates have softened too. But definitely it's something that needs to be monitored because it's a strong correlation when utilities outperform. There's a lot of times. Also a change, MSOS not crashing into the close. Yeah, that one's been tough. MSOS has been tough, but up 5.2. Obviously Canopy, we traded successfully today. That one caught a nice bid. Still underneath this little neckline. I want to see it recapture that area to really gain momentum. QQQ getting a pump into the close here. Yet again defended off of 5-minute chart support, that EMA 113. Alright guys, that's the market session. Members, I will have a video out for you a bit later. On that note, thank you all for tuning in. It was a nice session trading nat gas. We did pull a little bit of profits, but still holding some of that position. Obviously, natural gas closed into the session strong. So I still think that this one is the ability to potentially gap up in the morning KOLD, which means natural gas could gap down. Again, this was just a 3/4 position. We still have one more entry if KOLD goes lower in the event that nat gas pushes up. In terms of some of the other trades, I'll have to discuss some things with members. On that note, again, thank you everyone for tuning into the live stream. We'll certainly, hopefully we can have a nice session tomorrow. There's some things that are progressing along the timeline, shaping up for next week. There's going to be some important economic data that we need to watch out for. And certainly I do think that the market volatility is going to increase. I do think we're going to get a bit more volatility. If you look at how the last few sessions on the NDX have been, really the daily chart, not much volatility. It's been a range, right? Impulse green candle, 1, 2, 3, pretty much inside days of consolidation. So not much movement in the general markets. The Russell has made a little bit more movement. Obviously a bit of a bigger range. The SPX also still really stuck in a range, although it is trying to break out today and make a higher close. So this is important, the fact that you've now recaptured this gap on a beautiful, strong closing basis. The market is now kind of melting up. I still would like to see a pullback to create a little bit of a right shoulder dip, but whether or not we see that, the market's the market, and it's grinding up for the meantime. On that note, again, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care, everybody, and thank you all for tuning in. Cheers, cheers, cheers.